Hi, friends. My name is host Derek, and I'm here to say welcome to Pilgrim Lauding Day. Today's the day when we laud pilgrims. We give thanks to them for helping the Indians so much and for having such cool outfits. I've got a whole lot of thanks to give and not a lot of shanks to sieve. So, got a little bit of news, a little bit of exciting news, sort of. I don't know if you call it exciting or not. So, Rachel and I will be moving. What? You're gonna move? Yes, we're gonna have to move again. Still in Mariposa. We're gonna move to another place in Mariposa. Because why? Well, it just makes the most sense in a lot of different ways. But I guess the most compelling answer to the question why is because some people bought the hill across the street that we tried to buy and were unable to purchase. We tried to buy the hill across the street because we didn't want anybody building across the street from us, building above us, We were told it was not available. We couldn't get it. I don't know if these people that currently have it bought it after we tried to or before or what, but they were across the street yesterday pretending to clear brush is like they're just completely incompetent at any kind of like DIY stuff, which is fine. I've been in their boat too. But watching them do brush clearing theater was insane. They have on green safety vests and they're standing on the side of a hill. They got no hard hats. I don't even think they have gloves or anything. They got a poor assortment of tools. And they clearly do not know what the hell they're doing there. They're just playing around on their new land, which is not a great deal of land. It looks like half an acre. So before they start construction, I want this house sold. It's going to bring down the value of this house to have a house right across the street, probably. Maybe not, but it's not going to help. It's definitely going to bring down the saleability / value of the house while they're building a house there. So we can get 2 fixer-uppers for the cost of this house in Mariposa. And then we just fix up one of them, hopefully sell it a profit or rent it, And then, so anyway, the way we're going to have to structure this whole thing is we're going to have to buy a fixer-upper first, move into it, sell this house, buy a second fixer-upper, fix them up. But I don't plan on doing a lot of work myself or anything. It's not like home flipping TV show where you get your people who've got sledgehammers. No, I'm not going to do any of that stuff, but at least we now have a financial plan, so to speak. I know how we'll go from negative cash flow to neutral or positive cash flow. This is this bumper sticker. It's a periodically see it Arcadia said. Maybe the truest bumper sticker ever. Said happiness is a positive cash flow. Hard to disagree with that. You guys did quick work this morning, all one of you. I barely started streaming and poop just rushed right out of my butthole. Planes, trains, and automobiles. I read an article about that movie. And it's a really, well, it's known as the Thanksgiving movie. When Rich and I were talking not that long ago about how there aren't really any Thanksgiving movies, I had failed to account for planes, trains, and automobiles. The thing is, what a brutally emotional concept for a movie. John Candy's playing a character who's a salesman whose wife has died. The thing is, I don't even remember that in the movie. I remember him saying he has to get home for Thanksgiving, he has to see his wife or whatever. I didn't even remember that that's what happened. But I do remember seeing the film. Of course I would have seen it because I was always a big Steve Martin fan. Sure, I saw it in the theaters when it came out. Alright, I declare my butthole clean. My butthole's clean and you're gonna be in trouble. Hey now, my butthole's clean. Yeah, my butthole's clean. So I was reading in the New York Post about this priest, 30 years old, who worked for a Catholic school in Alabama. And he ran off with an 18-year-old recent graduate from a high school to go to Europe. It's like, I don't trust this crazy world of ours. I'm sending our daughter to a Catholic girls' school. This fucking priest is like, damn, girl. Let's go to Europe. I gotta hit that shit. And then, the police brought in the girl to ask her questions about if anything had happened before she was 18. She refused to answer any questions. Which is good for her, It's like, refusing to answer questions asked by the police is sort of inherently a good thing. It's like the Beastie Boys said, you have to fight for your right to party. Same thing with your right to silence. You gotta exercise it, or your muscles will atrophy. When stands mom good morning. It is wonderful to see you here this morning. And may all your Christmases be bright. All of them. All four. So, needless to say, until yesterday, the idea that we were going to move out of this house pretty soon was not really on my radar at all. But now it definitely is. And I want this house listed by the end of January. Yeah, we should be able to get the same amount we put in. You know, I expect to take a hit here on this house only in terms of realtor fees. We'll probably get a little bit more than we paid, and we'll probably lose that little bit more in realtor fees. But it's kind of a great feeling because having a plan as to what we're gonna do financially, you know, I realized at some point the last few days that I am not treating the estate at all like mine, like my money, you know. I'm afraid to mess with all these portfolio things that my dad had set up. Well, there's no way I'm gonna stop being like that if I don't have an alternate plan, you know. Obviously, I don't want to mess up money that's currently invested in doing its good work or whatever. But, you know, I want to get it out of various things. Like some money's in like Roth IRAs that we could liquidate without paying taxes on. Some of it we'd have to pay capital gains taxes on. Some of it other things. I don't want the capital in complicated paper money ways, you know. I want it either in property or cash. Property is a better investment anyway. Because, yeah, stocks, whatever. But, we're not considering moving again. We will be moving again. Because some people bought the hill across the street and they're going to build a house there. They're going to build a house right across the street on the hill looking down onto us. I want this house sold before they begin construction. No, I've never done options trading. But the thing is, here's the thing that property gives you an advantage in. If you can set up a sufficient number of rentals, and the thing is, I have experience being a landlord. Granted, it was from when I was a kid. My parents were landlords. But I know the business. Oh, we're staying in Mariposa. We are downsizing. We don't need this much house. A little bit. We're still going to get probably 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. Um, the point is this: we are super well positioned to either flip or landlord or both. So, you can get a fixer upper in Mariposa on 5 to 7 acres for like 200 grand, 250 maybe. The house will need a lot of work, but what I'm envisioning, buying for 200, putting 100 grand into it, selling it for 450 or something, making a good chunk of change, doing that every year. Then we're running a slightly positive cash flow, probably. But the goal really would be to have like 3 rentals bringing in 6 grand or so a month. 3 or 4 rentals bringing in 6 grand or so a month in rent money. The nice thing about that is the property values increase over time. They're certainly going to here, which is zoned about as low density as you can possibly be zoned in California. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying there, Winston's mom? What are we doing in this house? We drove up a couple days ago to a property available on Wild Dove Lane. The land is just land plus septic plus well. The house burned down on it in the last big fire. 125 grand, 7 acres. We have to just build a house, right? But we're thinking about that. But David, our realtor, suggested, no, don't do that. Get a fixer upper. That way you don't have to deal with any permits or that, right? So we've got a good realtor, and I have a feeling he's going to be getting a lot of business from us pretty soon. Right. Well, it's easy for us to move right now too, because the thing is, we're gonna buy the fixer upper before we list this, and that will make it very possible to move because you have the house you're currently living in and the house you're gonna live in, and you take your time moving stuff from one place to the other. And then once you got all your stuff out and you're into the other place, then you list this house. That's sanity, not the way we did it in Arcadia. Do I know about Tent City? I mean, I know there are plenty of tent cities in various cities in the United States, including Oakland. We have a very small homeless encampment here in Mariposa, even. Mariposa is the only city that I can find that's smart enough to actually write an article in the newspaper explaining correctly what the situation is. Everybody wants to talk about homelessness. Nobody wants to talk about Boise versus whatever the guy's name was. The Supreme Court decision that dictates everything. 200,000, 4 bedroom, 2 bath. That's a small amount of square feet, but it's fine. More drive. I don't like the 2.2 acre lot. I mean, that would be fine for a rental, but for the place that we're going to actually occupy ourselves, I want at least 5 acres, maybe 7. I thought I didn't have any particular preference either way, whether we had much land. I thought, like, well, we're not going to be doing any farming or anything. No, in Los Angeles, it's a very large number. In Mariposa, it's a very small number, like you can count on one hand. But we do have a very small homeless encampment here in Mariposa. I haven't seen it. It's close to the sheriff's station, apparently. But in Los Angeles, there's lots of homeless people. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's it just makes a lot of sense. The thing is, in the fully realized vision of this, we flip several fixer uppers, garnering some profit on each of them, and until then we don't sell one when we start renting that one. Continue doing it, then retain rent, continue to retain rent until the income from the rentals is sufficient to outpace our expenditures. It's a good plan. Why are they homeless? Because the U.S. is a good country, sure, but the world, well, there's a lot of reasons. You can put a lot of blame at the feet of COVID, you know, medical tyranny executed by purported, purported civilized people. It was really just a boot stomp of the poor, you know. The left, the so-called left, seemed to think that locking everybody down forever was a wonderful idea to save lives. They were just fucking curb stomping the poor. Fucking idiots. People don't listen to me, you know? And then here's what happens. You get the world lose 10% of its total wealth in inflation. You get hundreds of thousands of more homeless people in the United States. You get the destruction of the whole West Coast. Now, granted, homelessness was a problem before COVID. I'm not saying it wasn't. Housing prices are a problem. Why? What is one of the main reasons why housing is so expensive? Well, property's a great investment. People from other countries are buying various properties and just leaving them empty. People in this country are buying properties, and then if it's a cool property, why do month-to-month rentals? We can just do vacation rentals, make more money, and have less impact on our property. That's why housing prices keep going up, up, up. Rent's outrageous in part because when interest rates are high, anybody who's trying to buy a piece of property with a bank loan, if they're going to even break even on it, they're going to have to charge you $2,500 a month in rent. Well, right. I want to make sure that we use our capital to make money, but rather than just frittering it gradually all the way, right? I don't. Before we have not touched the portfolio at all. So far, we are just living off of the change and the difference between the houses. Me, Rachel, and Delilah. So the thing is, while we have capital enough to make shit happen and make money, I need to figure this out, right? This is now my problem. It is no longer my parents' problem. Oh yeah, every country has a dark side, sure. Um, but here's the thing, also, Winston's mom says about 10% of the population in the U.S. have an IQ less than 93. That's very low, but that means holding down jobs and paying bills and getting good health care is stacking the deck against them. Here's the crazy thing, Winston's mom. No, I do have to factor her into the equations because ultimately we did not do our plan. Our plan was to split the family wealth 50-50, me and Delilah. But now that dad's dead and I look at the actual reality of it, obviously we have to keep everything in the fucking trust. Obviously. That's the power of a living trust. Cannot be overstated. And Delilah and I are going to, with some input from Rachel, I suppose, we're going to have to figure out how to get richer, as rich as possible. We're smart people. I'm very smart. What I'm not is accustomed to having real control over my life, making decisions. I'm not accustomed to that at all. The bottom line is, Delilah and I have what is actually the Strauss Family Trust, which was falsely named such when it was under the custodial care of my father. Then it was the David Strauss does whatever the fuck he wants and tells nobody anything or whatever the fuck he wants thing. That's what it was before. Now it's actually the Strauss Family Trust. And the two biological Strausses, me and Delilah, because obviously, legally, Rachel has nothing to do with it. Doesn't matter that she's my wife. But we're going to have to revisit the approach my dad took to investing in stuff with a reality in front of us that, unlike my dad and mom, we don't get $10,000 a month in pension income or whatever they were getting. So we either gotta bleed dry or make money. I don't want to work, so we gotta make shit happen. And I don't want to do things risky because I don't want to end up broke. Nothing's less risky than property. Real property. Real estate. With everything owned by the trust, taxes become simplified, right? It's like, I don't have to do my taxes really. I don't have to do her taxes really. The trust has to do its taxes. I found this crazy ass thing yesterday when I was cleaning. Gotta share you that box. I don't want to take it out of the box exactly. I got two of these. The other one may be a different picture, I'm not sure. This one was down here, the other one was in the attic. Photo mural from Environmental Graphics. This is like from before green screens. It's this huge, like wall-sized picture of a Hawaiian sunset, but it's in like panels. You have to like put them next to each other, and I don't know, maybe it's like wallpaper. It's weird. That's in the era before green screens. I'll put that back, but I also want to share with you a very important Christmas lesson. So put this up here. This is the perfect spot for it. Today, pretty soon probably, go through the fucking cat door. This cat is so entitled that even though there's a cat door right there, he wants me to open the door for him. Ridiculous. The thing is, I know how difficult it is running a business. I did that for a while. I had autonomy debate, and I'm not cut out for it. It's just, you have to have a relentlessly TE frame all the time. Landlording, I can do. I know I can do it. My grandmother was a landlord. I, as a kid, helped out with her properties. My parents were landlords. I worked on their properties. I am familiar with the business. I've been around many kitchen table talk conversations about these tenants, those tenants. I know the risks. They can trash your place, etc. I feel qualified and capable of doing landlording / property stuff. I know this may sound contradictory sort of to how I talked about real estate when we were selling the house in Arcadia, but that's because that was a fucking horrible nightmare because we were selling a house when we didn't have a different house to live in. So we had to stay in a hotel all the time. Horrible. He comes in and out of it just fine when I'm not standing in here. Yeah, he's a big cat, but he fits through there just fine. He just has to kind of shimmy down the chimney tonight. A sexual Christmas. is the lady who sings that song. Santa Baby, I've named her. Oh, I want to also show you guys a very important new friend. So, guess who did some impromptu ceramics yesterday? Me. Our ground around here is like straight up clay. It's so much clay, so little dirt that it's almost all clay. So I'm going to now introduce you to a very special new friend. His name is Mr. Kraggles. There he is. Mr. Kraggles was born of my backyard. I got some dirt. I put a little water into it to make it wet. I formed it into Mr. Kraggles. I baked him in the oven for several hours. And look, it worked. I have made my own pottery. This is a cup. Next time I do it, I'm going to try to make it smoother. I have watched you eat twice this morning, motherfucker. What do you want, Mr. Man? What do you want? You want content watching. Go ahead and watch me eat. Watch me eat my meat. I can use my feet. Watch me eat. What do you want? You want to go out the back door? Go ahead. I don't think I ever finished telling you what I was going to do at some point. Well, make up your mind. No trouble. Leave this alone. This is the raw turkey. Put it on top of the fridge, or you won't get it. You're like a toddler. I need a baby-proof stuff. Go outside. Or eat or something. Don't just look at me expectantly. What a pain in the ass. Oh, you need more food, Capio? Trouble is a straight up pita. He is nothing but a pita. Now that part of moving, I'm not looking forward to. Rehousing the cats in a new house. Trouble, of course, will be very upset again. Capio will probably just take right to it. You know, we gotta do what we gotta do. What? What are you yelling about? The problem, trouble is you're not hungry. Because I've watched you eat 2 times now. You just want me to be in here while you're standing on the table. Well, TFB. TFB, Captain PETA. Right. Winston's mom. I've never seen either of the cats on top of the fridge. Can they get up there? Possibly. But, you know, I'm not worried about it in this instance because it won't be too long before I start working on the Turk. We have got big plans for this turkey this year. Eric successfully cooked one of two turkeys from the last two turkeys he cooked. Eric's me, by the way. So, I am going to today cook the moistest, most delicious, most amazing, most wonderful turkey in the history of the world. How many pounds is my turkey? I don't know. I just picked a turkey from the thing. But I will obviously look at it and look up how long to cook it before I cook it. I know you have to do like a certain number of hours per pound. Every year I make a turkey which I don't make a turkey every year, but every year that I do make a turkey, I have to look it up again. I don't remember how long it is per pound or whatever. Yes, it's going to be full of delicious stuffing, of course. Of course it's going to be full of stuffing. What do you think I'm going to chintz on stuffing on Thanksgiving? Stuffing out of the turkey is the single best side dish you can get in the world. It's better than mashed potatoes, better than fries, better than any side dish you can think of. Actual stuffing that's been stuffed into the turkey and was cooked inside of it, OMG, that is the best shit ever. And you know what, everybody? Don't fuck around with your grandma's special stuffing recipe, okay? Nobody's special stuffing recipe is as good as just stovetop stuffing, but stuffed into the turkey. If you make it outside the turkey, it's not nearly as good. So you only really get good stuffing twice a year. Christmas and Thanksgiving. Stovetop turkey. I got stovetop turkey and stovetop chicken. I'm going to do a mix of the two in the turkey. Well, there's only two of us. There's only one Rachel and one Eric here to eat this stuff today. But I feel qualified and competent to prepare Thanksgiving leftovers for several days of meals. And I feel quite confident that we'll actually eat it. No, they do have two varieties of stovetop, Winston's mom. They have turkey and chicken. I'll show you. Yes, we have cranberry sauce in the can. Where did I put the stuffing? That's another question. Where did I put the stuffing? It's possible Rachel put the stuffing away too, in which case the question is, where did Rachel put the stuffing? Should I just put it in the fridge to be convenient? No. Is it possible I left the stuffing in the car? No, it's not in the back because. Oh, I know. I put it in the pantry probably. Okay, WTF. I know we got stuffing. I got 2 boxes of it. Where could I possibly have put it? Well, kiss my grits. What the fuck? But what the actual fuck, though? Where's the stuffing? Okay. I'm glad we discovered this problem now. I mean, I don't know if any store's even going to be open at all today, but this is a bit of a stuffing emergency we're having. Well, it's not in the backpack. Maybe it's in the back seat. No. Oh. This is horrible. Where's the stuffing? I mean, we have to have gotten stuffing. I know we got stuffing. I remember putting it in the cart. I don't remember unpacking it at home, but I remember putting it in the cart very distinctly. You cannot tell me that somehow we don't have stuffing. I mean, might as well just throw Thanksgiving away without stuffing. No, Winston's mom. I was just explaining homemade stuffing is bullshit. You have to get stovetop. I opened all the cabinets. Where's my stuffing? Here's the deal. I'm just gonna. I looked in the trunk. I looked in the back seat. It could be in the front seat, maybe, but I'm just gonna have to temporarily wake up Rachel at some point and say, "Do you know what happened to the stuffing?" Wow, now a dark cloud is hanging over me. And instead of a cloud full of rain, it's a cloud full of stuffing. I mean, I cannot even think about starting the whole turkey process until I resolve this stuffing issue. You know, it's like I don't even want to put buttermilk, shoot buttermilk into it, and put butter under the skin, do all this the bird stuff until I know for sure there's going to be stuffing inside of it. I don't know. I don't know what to do. You know what's crazy? And the thing is, I think the slabs are really working to like direct me here. We tried to buy that hill across the street. I called the realtor. I said, we want to buy it cash now so that nobody builds a house across the street. He could not find whoever it was that was selling it. When he finally tracked down the person who had that sign up there, he said, "Oh, I think I sold it like 10 years ago to the water company." We were unable to purchase it. Could have been a stuffing snatcher. I've heard rumors about this horrible criminal. He's the hamburglar of stuffing. Anyway, and then yesterday, idiots across the street, idiots like me, like, not good at being outdoorsy or do it yourselfy or whatever, idiotically pretending to hack things. Like, what could he, when I first heard them up there, I think they were up there for 2 days. some parts of 2 days. And it sounded like somebody was taking like a knife like this and like pretending to chop at a branch or something. It's going like this. What in the world are these people doing? I could see them through the trees and stuff because they had on bright green safety vests. Of course, they're standing on a hill. There's zero chance that they're going to get hit by a car. Meanwhile, they have on no useful safety equipment whatsoever. And they aren't doing anything dangerous. They're just sort of like pushing at things. They're sure they're going to build a house there. It was clearly meant to be. We don't need this much house. We got more house than we need. We got 2 stories of house. And it's cool having plenty of room. Underneath the seats, I could check underneath the seats, but the Mini Cooper, I'll go look in the car some more, but I'm pretty sure it's not in the car. I looked in, it's definitely not in the trunk. I know that because when I was doing organizational stuff, I now have a milk crate in the trunk that has in it jumper cables, 2 quarts of oil, inflator, like a rechargeable tire pump inflator, and my purse is also in there, which has my dolls in it. Car manly stuff. So I know that the back of the car, the trunk, the boot, as the British would say, has nothing but that milk crate in it. I already cleaned out the back of the car, the trunk. So if the stuffings are elsewhere besides, like, somebody else took them home, I don't know, like someone put their little separation bar not after my stuffing but before it. Maybe they bought the stuffing, who knows. Stovetop. It does matter, Kitsuni. You are absolutely correct. It matters a lot. And the only correct stuffing is stovetop. But of course, not prepared on the stovetop. You need to make it properly by stuffing it inside the turkey. I remember as a kid, like, I learned at some point that I told my mom, 'cause I always loved stuffing so much, right? I told my mom, hey, can you make stuffing when it's not Thanksgiving sometimes? And I was like, what's wrong with this? It's like, what tastes different when you don't cook it inside the bird? Wherever you keep your store bags. I will look in there. They may have gotten stuffed in with the bags. That's possible. I will look up there. I was going to prove to Winston's mom that they do have chicken stovetop stuffing and turkey stovetop stuffing. Got one of each. But I apparently didn't. This ball is so clogged. Cloggy, 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 clog. Alright, let's work a little harder on this stuffing problem. What's known as corporal stuffing's conjecture in the mathematics community. Corporal stuffing's conjecture says, for every instance of stuffing there is an equal and opposite instance of anti-stuffing. God, I'm so mad at these bags. It makes me want to reorganize these bags. I know that's not going to solve my stuffing problem, but I'm done having those bags up there. I'm taking them all out of here. I'm going to put them someplace else. First, I'm going to make them smaller than they currently are. We've never used this many bags in a million years. Look how many bags we have. Look at all those bags. What am I going to do with all these bags? Well, I think I will put them in another bag. I could take them to the bag recycling thing outside the store. Let's see how many bags I can fit into one bag. Can I fit all the bags into one bag? I don't think so, but it's not impossible. Maybe if I push them down very hard, I can fit all the bags into just one bag. I'm going to get all the brown bags. Some of these bags aren't brown bags. They have a different dynamic to them. Okay, this one white bag can go into brown bag too. Just to be, integrated. We're putting bags in a bag. Put the bags, smush them up and push them down. Putting bags in a bag. Going to town. Squish! Squish! Alright, bags. Alright, enough of you. Alright, check out some alcohol. I'm putting bags in a bag, and I'm doing so good. Look at how many bags I could put inside this one bag, this bag here. I got all the brown bags in here. Now I need to get one of those twist ties from the garage. I'm gonna twist tie it up. You'll see how. It's gonna be great. Did I put those things there? Where are those fish ties? You know what? Fuck this one top. Fuck you. Oh, there's our toss. What? Oh, we get close fine? Fine. That happens every time I clean and organize this. I don't know where anything is again. Okay, fine. Bye. It's okay, I've got an alternate solution. This is an alternate solution. Ta-da! Bag full of bags. While I'm doing bag organization, this isn't solving my stuffing problem right now, but there are more than just stuffing problems in the world, okay? Like, what should I do with these things? These are really the things I don't even know if I have anymore. I guess I'm going to keep them at all as you go up in the attic. Alright, I'll put them over here. I'm not sure where the containers are. So, another bag problem I have. And I've got all these empty sandbags. I should put them in bag two. But these really should be stacked up, like made flat and stacked up. But I should do that outside because they're dirty. And I don't want to do that right now, so I have to put that off till later. I don't want to go outside right now, so I'll deal with those other bags later. And I did want to bring this inside because I never finished telling you what I was going to promise to do for you today. Something pretty special. I'm going to give you a taste of your childhood in the form of music. I think you're going to be delighted. Delighted, amazed, and amazed-lighted. God damn it. Okay, so I may have to cut back some of this weather stripping here. It's preventing the door from closing all the way. Oh, whatever, we'll deal with it later. We didn't purchase the sand. When there's a risk of flooding, the fire station has a big pile of sand. And if you're in Mariposa, you go there with your bags, and the nice firemen scoop the sand into the bags and put it into your car for you. If you're in shitty Madera County, you take a shovel and put it in your own bags. We got sand from both places. There. Another bag full of bags, and now there are no more bags up there. Amazing. Oh, here's why I didn't see it. I was looking for 2 boxes. I didn't do what I said I was going to do. What I thought I had done. But I got double box of the chicken one. I was going to get one a turkey, one a chicken. But I guess I saw a double pack and I thought I'd just get that. I was looking at the side of the box like this, right? It was wider, twice as wide as I expected it to be. So I did not recognize it as stuffing. Here it is. What a relief. What a relief. You guys, that's a load off my mind. Boy, I was really upset about that, but that's a relief. I do have stuffing. You just fooled me by being a double pack. That's how they get you. They fool you by being twice as wide as you expect. I'm going to put this bag of bags next to the other bag of bags. Yes, there's toilet paper in here. Since the bag of bags is in the toilet paper thing, I might as well check to see if like anything needs toilet paper. I'm going to go grab toilet paper. This bathroom has 2 rolls as well. So, we're fine. Why don't I just take a toilet paper? What we will need, however, is another zip tie. And to get another zip tie, I'm going to have to get this bag of zip ties. Take one of them out. As per me, yeah. Put this here. And then there we go. We finally won the contest. We won 2 contests right now. We won the contest to get rid of the bags from up there where I don't like them to be. And then we additionally won the contest to find the stuffing. We're double contest winners. So congratulations and good job for winning the contest. Might as well turn off some lights, save a little electricity. Try to be frugal. Frugal. I'm not watching you anymore. Just stop with your demands. Well, I'm not going into the kitchen to watch you. I'm going to go into the kitchen for some other reason. Well, the reason zip ties are bothering you is because you think, oh, that's such a either. Well, it's like doing destructive edits in an audio program. Once the zip tie is zip tight, you're gonna have no choice but to snip that zip tie if you want to get into those bags again. And then, isn't that being wasteful of a zip tie, or isn't that a pain in the ass? No, I have those snippers in the garage on my toolbox, and I can also just pull bags out from around it. What I don't want is just a mess of bags. So, good job for me. But I get you. I feel you. I understand. Zip ties are always a. To get this off, I'm going to need snippers. Whereas if I tied a bow with string, I could just. Yeah. You'll have snippers. It's fine. So, did anybody not yet see Mr. Kraggles? I made Mr. Kraggles yesterday. I did my very first pottery work or ceramics work yesterday. Because the ground around the house is highly clay. Highly clay sounds like the name of a young starlet. Starring Highly Clay as. Anyway, because the ground around my house is highly clay, I decided I wanted to try to make some pottery out of it. Now, granted, I don't have a kiln. Sure, I don't have a potting wheel. Sure, I don't know anything about pottery. But I still did it. Just look. Baked to perfection in the oven. Mr. Kraggles. Wow. Did you really make that yourself out of clay from your house and your oven? Yes, I did. And you probably could too if you have a lot of clay near you. This is called earthenware or stoneware. First practiced by the indigenous people of Guadalajara. I need to redo his mouth though. His mouth got a little messed up. So, I'm going to redo your mouth, Mr. Kraggles. You know, I think I have a good idea for Mr. Kraggles. It's both his eyes and his mouth, actually. Actually, I don't know if I want to do that. For now, I just stick with the foil. One Thanksgiving activity today, I think, is going to be my second clay creation. So that'll do it for now. What I want to do eventually is maybe put some solder in here. I have solder and soldering iron, but it's down in the shed. I don't want to go all the way down to the shed. For now, Mr. Kraggles will have to do with just his aluminum foil eyes. One way to glaze pottery I learned yesterday while reading about it on the internet is to use salt. Of course, I think you need to have higher temperatures than I'm attaining in my regular oven to successfully attain a salt glaze. But I poured salt on him anyway. I might do it again next time. Might very well do it again. There. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she beautiful? Isn't her name Mr. Kraggles? Why do you drink tea? Are you some kind of colonial tyrant? Tea drinker? I do line the little trash cans with them. That's one thing that I do with those bags. And well, pretty much that's it. I just feel like bad about throwing them away, I guess. So I just stuff them in there. And it's like sometimes you need a bag to just carry some shit in. I know another thing I do with them is I put the mail in it when I take it to Delilah. That's another thing I do with them. If I need to like waterproof something, like let's say I'm taking some piece of electronic equipment outside, I gotta go someplace with it, and it's raining. I'll put those bags around it. Maybe a little tape, quick waterproofer. Those are three things I can think of that I do with those bags. Maybe if we're driving someplace and I want to pack a couple of drinks and a couple of granola bars and manna, I use one of those bags. But I gather many more of them than I use. There's no getting around that basic fact. I wonder if I could start wearing them. No. If they were, maybe I'll put it upside down. Yeah, if I put it upside down and then put my legs through the bag holes, could I wear it as like waterproof underwear? Maybe. Let me try that. That might be a good idea. It's pretty important for me to have a contingency plan in case I need to have waterproof underwear. Hopefully the water's coming in from outside of me, not from inside of me. I don't want it to be a collection diaper. I just keep all my pee for future use. Pee is kind of like the plastic grocery bags of your body. If you're saving it, why? In that regard, it's just like the plastic bags of your body. Except you have even fewer uses for pee than for plastic bags. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a struggle. Both because it's difficult, and more importantly because I have to turn the page. Yeah, turn the page. Maybe I need my other glasses for this one, actually. Which are in the garage, of course. Or I could use like a music stand or something. Well, I know. I'll put it right here. So that's going to work here. Over here. should work. No, I can't see without my glasses at all. I need my other glasses. This is ridiculous. Being old is horrible. I have one pair of glasses, but the particular thing I'm doing, I can only see it clearly. I know it's going to be the case with the other glasses. Because, unlike most things that I'm reading, this little book of music stuff is further away from me than things I normally read. Too far from my close-up glasses. So I have to get these other glasses. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. My eyes are fine. I see things perfectly clear. But little words and stuff, but not so much. Okay. Perfect. Let's see what the chords are on this. God damn it. Turning the pages on is going to be difficult. Let me get some paper clips so it's easier to, the pages don't stick together. This is tricky playing from a book of music. I haven't done this in a long time. Boy, this is a real operation, huh? This is like how I used to play things in the olden days. So, put a paper clip and show you. I'm going to put a paper clip on each of these pages. Otherwise, they just stick together. Okay, good. I play it very slow because I have to be turning pages, actually. Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, you let me through. It's a bright new star. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. I make way. Here he comes. Ring bells, bang the drums. You're gonna love this guy. Prince Ali, fabulous he. Alibaba. Me, flex, show, genuflect, show some respect, down on one knee. Now, come on, try your best to stay calm. Brush up your Sunday so long. Then come and meet his spectacular coterie. This is a hard song to play. Mighty is he, Aliyah Babwa. Strong as 10 regular men, definitely. He faced the conch. What the fuck chord is this? God damn it. How am I supposed to play this chord? Like this? He faced the galloping hordes, 100 bad guys with swords, who sent those goons to their lords. Why, Prince Ali, he's got 75 golden camels, purple peacocks, he's got 53. When it comes to exotic type mammals, as he got a few, I'm telling you, it's a world-class menagerie for Ali. No question, this Ali, he is alluring. Never. This is too hard of a song to play. As you can tell, it's super hard. It's got a million chord changes. I give up. I'll play A Whole New World instead. That's easier. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride, a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear. Now I'm in a whole new world with you. It is. It's crystal clear finally that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Okay? I want you to appreciate that. For God's sake, for once in your life, would you appreciate something? You ain't never had a friend like me. Oh God, those hard songs. It's ridiculous. I can't play those songs. I used to be able to play those things. When I had that book in this special ed class that I worked in, and I could practice them a lot. I could play that song. I could play Prince Ali pretty damn well, but I probably just played a lot of bass notes rather than all those chords. It's a freaking tough ass song to play. It's a tough ass song. You're 10 again, TWFP. Yes, well, I was not 10 when that movie came out, but I was probably like 20 something. I don't know how old I was when it came out, but I did like the songs enough to buy the songbook. I think I probably wanted to play Prince Ali. I like that song a lot. It's a really well written song. It's an incredibly well written song. I also have somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure I still have it. I think I've seen it since the move. Nightmare Before Christmas songbook. If not, I should get that again. I can show you the world, sparkling, glimmering, splendid. Come and get on this carpet and we'll meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I know Nightmare Before Christmas has the best songs. It's crazy. My favorite one from Nightmare Before Christmas is Sally's Lament. All right, let's give this one a shot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's give it a shot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This'll be easier, I tell you, because of. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This time we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Use computer and. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's easier to play that way from my eyes, my face, and my hands. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I sense there's something in the wind that feels like tragedies at hand. And though I'd like to stand by him, can't shake this feeling that I have. The worst is just around the bend. And does he notice my feelings for him? And will he see how much he means to me? I think it's not to be. Let me scroll down a bit. Let me scroll down. What will become of my dear friend? Where will his actions lead us then? Although I'd like to join the crowd in their enthusiastic cloud, try as I may, it doesn't last. And will we ever end up together? No, I think not. It's never to become, for I am not the one. It's actually E major on the last one. I messed it up. But other than that, it's right. It's true. There's just like, this explains how you don't need to do anything fancy in your songwriting or on the guitar to have A stunningly brilliant achievement. This entire song is made up of E minor, F, B, and G. That's it. And one E major at the end. It's got 4 fucking chords in it, and none of them are weird. And it's a genius song. It's crazy how good it is, right? I want to play it again. I love it so much. I could just play it again right now. It's so well written. It just sings itself. Now, granted, it does take some breath control. Right now, I feel a little winded in general. I think it's a little pitched a little high for me. I'm gonna try it in D minor instead. I sense there's something in the wind that feels like tragedy's at hand. And though I'd like to stand by him, can't shake this feeling that I have. The worst is just around the bend. And does he notice my feelings for him? And will he see how much he means to me? I think it's not to be. What will become of my dear friend? Where will his actions lead us then? Although I'd like to join the crowd in their enthusiastic cloud, try as I may, it doesn't last. And though I know it together, no, I think not. It's never to become, for I am not the one. Yeah, it's better in that key for me. It is. True that. I fall to pieces each time I see you again. I fall to pieces. How can I be just your friend? You want me to act like we've never kissed. You want me to forget and pretend we never met. And I've tried, but I haven't yet. 'Cause you walk by and I fall to pieces. Actually by Willie Nelson. Patsy Cline made it famous, but it was written by Willie Nelson. Just like Crazy was too. I'm crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted. And someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering what in the world did I do? Crazy for thinking that my life could hold you. I'm crazy for crying and crazy for trying and crazy for loving you. Something like that. Yeah, obviously, I don't know how the ending goes, but you can't expect me to get the endings of things right. That's all the way at the end. Okay, well, I approached the thing, but you didn't take me there for some reason. Why not? How about this one? No, no luck for me there either. All right, well, how about this is a super crazy hard song, I'm sure. You looked it up before. Oh my god, this is a ridiculously hard looking song. There's zero chance I'll be able to play this. If I just played bass notes, maybe I can. I don't know. Some say that we're reckless. They say we're. Wait, let's see. OG flat. Some say that we're reckless. They say we're much too young. Tell us to stop before we be. I cannot even conceive of playing this song. Oh my god, this has got to be the hardest song in history. Maxine by Donald Fagen. Listen to this. D flat minor 7 minus 5. C7 minus 5. A minor 7. A flat minor 7 minus 5. A minor 9. C plus 5 slash D. B minor 7 minus 5 slash F. B minor 11, B flat 13 minus 5, A minor 9, G flat 7 plus 9, B minor 11, B flat minor 11, A minor 11, A minor 7, E minor 7, E flat major 7, D11, D flat plus 5 slash E flat, D11, B7 plus 9. That's the first verse. The chords in the first verse. Look at this ridiculousness. Nobody could possibly play this song. I want to show you up here, too, all the chords that are in this song. You have to play all of these different chords to play this song. What? What song has that many different chords in it? Of course, I don't know what any of these chords are. Like, if you were to tell me play an A minor 9, I would have no idea what it is. It turns out it's just the first note of an A chord. But I don't know that that's called A minor 9. I mean, who knows those chords? What they're called. I do know A minor 7. I know the name of this one. A minor 11? Is that even a name for a chord? I'll never be able to play that song. Never in a billion years will I be able to play that song. I mean, I in theory could, but I'd have to practice the living fuck out of it. It'd be so frustrating. I'd hate it so much. Well, of course, I left my mouse over there like a dummy. Like Captain Dummy in the Dum Dum Parade. Some say that we're reckless. They say we're much too young. Tell us to stop before we begun. Try to hang on, Maxine. While the world is sleeping, we meet at Lincoln Mall. Talk about life, the meaning of it all. Try to make sense of the suburban sprawl. Try to hang on, Maxine. Oh, Mexico City is like another world. Nice this year, they say. You'll be my senorita in jeans and pearls. But first, let's get off this highway. Off this highway. We'll move up to Manhattan and fill the place with friends. Drive to the coast and drive right back again. One day we'll wake up, make up until then. Try to hang on, Maxine. Brilliant song, but I can't believe how many chords it has in it. Too many chords. Too many chords for this Pilgrim Lauding day. It is Thanksgiving. Do I have this on or off? Off. Okay, good. I'm not currently syncing my files. That's good. But it's bad in the sense that I've already come up with a solution to it. But I need a second laptop anyway. I get it. It makes sense what a Flamo was saying. Like, hey, hard drives are super cheap. Yeah, you just get a different hard drive. But I need to get another laptop anyway, so I'm not going to do that because once I have the other laptop, it's probably not particularly significant that I get another drive. So there you go. No, Luca Mullen. Look, we've been over this before. The Pilgrims came and introduced the Indians to such things as turkey, cranberry sauce, stuffing, mashed potatoes, etc. And the Indians kept trying to say, but maize! We only eat maize. And the Pilgrims said, no, Indians, sit down, put the maize down. We don't want any more maize. Listen, try eating this. And the Indians grab with their hands. No, savages, stop. Here, fork, fork. And then the Indians were on their way to civilization. That's how it went down on the first Thanksgiving. Oh, sure, the Indians brought more than just maize. They also brought, their beautiful savagery. White man wants buffalo. Eat, eat. No, Indians. Cows are for eating. Buffaloes, no. Cow? First, they worshipped cows as gods. They didn't know they were just confused savages. And they were like, hey, Indians, don't you know you're supposed to have a parade today? Parade? We don't know. That's when we introduced them to fire water. They were like, that's much fierier than red water. It's fire water, guys. Tastes like fire, you could light it on fire. And let me just tell you, right now, you Indians are on fire. I go as far as say you're lit. Do you know that I actually know somebody who gets Indian California casino money? This guy, Tim Wiley, is some part native California, Indian, or whatever. And I guess he gets a check periodically from his tribe for casino monies. I did not know that. That's a good way to hand out casino money. Don't don't provide services with it. You're gonna just give it to people. Just give it to people. Just give them the money. Let them decide what to do with it. No in-kind benefits. If you're a believer in in-kind benefits in general, you are wrong. If you're going to do any kind of wealth distribution, it needs to be direct cash payments to people. I mean, some of them, a real sexy lady turkey, she's got a certain kind of swagger about her. She knows she's hot. She's the best of the harem that the male turkey is currently bossing around, and she knows it. Well, and I will say, Tim does enjoy fire water. He puts away. I was talking to Dave Porter about it the other day. He's telling me he puts away about a 12 pack a day after he gets home from work or whatever. Well, to each their own. How am I the judge? I'm just the best judge of all. That's all. All right. So, what is our next bit of activity here this morning? We're in a little bit. What are we going to do? We're going to begin working on a little something I like to call the turkey. You might call it the Turks, Turkaroo, whatever you want to call it. We're going to start working on it. There's a lot of prep before that thing even catches a sniff of the oven door, you know? Well, you're hours ahead of me, Winston's mom, okay? Remember, it's only 6:30 in the morning where I live, so stop bragging about how far ahead of me you are in the process. Plus, I'm only making 3 things. Stuffing, which I'm not really making it, you know. You got to mix a couple things in a bowl and put it in the turkey. So I'm doing stuffing, turkey, and mashed potatoes. Those are the only 3 things I'm making. So that makes it a little bit easier than if I were making something dumb like green bean casserole or something terrible like yams, which I'm not making those things. Instead, I am making just the basic necessities. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes. Nothing else. Who do we have to impress? Nobody. We just have each other to impress. But we do have each other to enjoy a little bit of holiday tradition. We also have you guys to enjoy with. You guys are going to be here for our Thanksgiving for Shizzo if you are here. Like once, I mean, I'll probably be live streaming mostly all day as I'm going through the turkey building process. I'll probably dip out for an hour or two here or there, maybe to watch a little football or something. Thanksgiving is a football day, you know. Football days are kind of precious because football only really goes from September-ish through January-ish, you know. And there aren't that many football games. It's not like baseball or basketball or even hockey where they play multiple games a week. It's too violent a sport for that. They only play one time a week. Well, Rachel insisted on cranberry sauce, which is totally fine, of course. But so we did get that, but it's just the kind that comes in the can. It's the shape of the can. She wanted specifically that one, not the one that's made to look more appealing visually, which I appreciated. I appreciate the fact that she wanted the straight up, you know, I want a jiggling can's worth of cranberry sauce. I believe it's Ocean Spray. I'll go check. We'll go check right now, show media. We'll see which brand it is. It could have been generic brand. I don't think I would have done that. I'm not eating the cranberry sauce. I didn't know the one who wanted it. Knowing that Rachel was the one who wanted it, I'm sure I got the name brand one. I know I was the one who got it because it was on the top shelf. So I don't think Rachel could have even reached it. Because she's a shouty. Hi, Mr. Kraggles. How's it going? It's going fine. I'm just enjoying a seat here in the corner. All right, cool. Keep an eye on things, okay? What did I come in here for? Okay. cranberry sauce. Here it is. Ocean Spray brand cranberry sauce. Get a gander of this with your eyes. The crazy thing about cranberries and Ocean Spray is cranberries don't have anything to do with the ocean. But Ocean Spray is the most famous brand of cranberries. Prompting me to ask, unavoidably, what's up with that? We don't know, Eric, says everybody. We don't know what's up with that. We're sorry. We wish we knew what was up with that. Ocean Spray? I guess. It reminds me of the occasion when I played a trick on Candace that was very funny. I sent her a text telling her what I wanted in my Subway sandwich. You know, double lettuce, olives, onions, sea beans, bell peppers, salt and pepper, mustard. That's it. So knowing she'd read it, and I wasn't there for the actual experience of her doing this, but she came home and told me about it. Yes, it played out like I wanted it to. She was reading the thing out loud with her fourth slot TI and MI Polar, although I did not know about this at the time. And she just read sea beans. It's a good trick to play on somebody who's getting you Subway. Write down what you want, and in the middle of it, put sea beans. You could use ocean beans if you want, but they're less likely to read that one, I think. Sea beans is wait, sea beans? You almost think like it's, maybe it says cucumber for a second. Pretty great joke to play on your ex-wife. Sea beans? Do you have sea beans? No? Or do sea beans exist? I don't know. There's probably something called sea beans. What harvesting techniques were developed to take advantage of the cranberry's natural buoyancy? Hall, however, made the singularly important observation that when the sand from the nearby dunes blew into the marshes or bogs, the cranberries thrived. So, because sand blows into marshes, they're named Ocean Spray. No, not SE beans. Sea beans, like an old sea dog from out to sea. Sea beans are beans that have been lost at sea for some stretch of time, only to be rescued by a passing merchant marine vessel. What? Some salty old sea beans. They remind me of the time I was packed away into some salt. The old man and the sea bean. Okay, well, so what's going on right now? What kind of devious plan do I have in the works? All right, let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's take the plastic off of the turkey. Let's undress the turkey from its store wrapping. Let's take a gander at this gander in the nude. Is a female turkey called a gander? No, but I think you get the point of what I'm saying. The point is, stop asking questions. Are these dirty dishes in here or clean? Looks to be dirty. Pretty sure it's dirty. Yeah, it's dirty. Good. I prefer when the dishes in the dishwasher are dirty, obviously, because that means I can put dirty dishes into the dishwasher and not have to think about it. Okay. Now let me clean out the sink a little bit because I'll probably be using the sink a little bit. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be using it like that, so. I just do this operation in the sink, in the pan. First thing I need to do is get this out of here. We don't need this. All right. Cut off this wrappy bag. Sometimes called a wrappy carry bag. There. All right. So, does it say how much it weighs on here? Where does it say how much it weighs? I don't know how much this weighs. Does it say on the wrappy bag? Well, it costs $14.74. I need some glasses. God damn it. Okay. It's 15 pounds. 15.04 pounds, so 15 pounds. It costs $14.74. It's a turkey. 15 pounds. Now, how long should you cook it for if it weighs 15 pounds? I'm going to look on this for those instructions. It says time in oven 3.5 to 4.5 hours. Four and a quarter to 4 3/4 hours. So 4.5 hours for 15 pounds. This for 12. This one's for 12 to 18. 15 is right in the middle. So 4.5 hours at 325. 4.5 hours at 325. I hope this is sufficiently thawed. It comes with a meat thermometer in it already. That's good. I gotta dump out all that gross juice. I'm just gonna bring the trash can over here for right now. Because this is gross things right now. I gotta take the trash out. Alright. Now, we've got assorted doodads here that need to be dealt with. Not sure what that is. Is it inadequately thawed? Well, yeah, probably it is inadequately thawed. What do we look like? Captain Adequate Thaw? Alright, got out this bag of gross stuff. Right into the trash you go. Motherfucking piece of shit. Go on there, y'all. Alright. Just everybody just hold your horses. Okay? You need to stop letting your horses go. Stop letting your horses go is a good name for a song. Stop letting your horses go. You think freedom's golden, but it's time that you hold them. I am right here, Mr. Man. If you want to eat, eat. I will watch you from over here. The difficult thing about turkeys are always so frozen. First you take out their gizzards, then you take out their nosums. Kitty, I know, but stop yelling at me. I guess it's not defrosted enough, probably. Just have to put some warm water in there. You scandalous turkey, you. You're as scandalous as Margaret Thatcher on a bender. This turkey's pretty scandalous, by the way. I don't know if I probably should have warned you ahead of time. You were going to see some explicit hot turkey action. This is an all-nude turkey except for this one piece of plastic. And this other gross thing. It looks like a giant dick. I mean, it's giant for a turkey. Anyway. There, I got it out. Look, I win. I need the trash you go. Why do they even put that in there? Why do they throw it away? All anybody ever does is take those things out and throw them away. Why do they even bother putting them in there? What is this plastic thing? And why is it here? Like, why do they put that in there? I don't want that. What other food? You know, here's a hamburger, and here's the parts we throw away. You know, coming with your hamburger, of course, you will receive a bowl of gross shit that we didn't include in the hamburger. Why, turkeys? Why do you do this? Alright. It still needs to defrost some, I think. Oh, got the gross shit out of there. But seriously though, right? You think of any other food that does that? It's like, here's what you want, and here's a bag of gross shit stuffed inside of it. No thanks. I can't think of anything else that's like that. It's crazy. My pants are falling down and I'm gonna be naked soon. There, I saved today. I'm not gonna be naked soon. All right, trouble. Go ahead, eat. Eat, mofo. Jesus. I was right there. It's not like I'm far away from you. Eat. Go ahead. Yes, I know. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. You want to go outside? Okay. Outside or not? Inside or outside? Right now he's got swooshy tail syndrome. In or out, mister? Okay, so you're just meowing at me for no reason. You don't want food. You don't want to go outside. You just want me to stand here and look at you. Is that right? I bet you don't even want me to pet you. See? So what do you want? You just want to control me for no reason. And that is why that cat is named Trouble. Now he's over here. He wants to mess with the turkey. You are not allowed to mess with the turkey. Get away from it. I guess I have to put it back in the fridge for right now. They don't want to get it dirty on the bottom. Get down. Go. Get out of here. What a difficult kitty. Cereal, though, Trouble? Could you be more of a pain in the ass? I don't think so. Okay. Just to keep it away from the cat, I have to put the turkey in the oven. Because our cat's so bad, he causes everyone to experience genocide. What do you think, Mr. Kraggles? I think your turkey is too big. Okay, well, we'll eat the leftovers. You won't eat all those leftovers. We'll try to, Mr. Kraggles. You're wasteful. Mr. Kraggles, you're not very affirming. Yo, they more for best. You're very tough love. Okay, thanks, Mr. Kraggles. What about you? I'm tough love. Look at these cracks. You did a poor job of making me. Mr. Kraggles, that's mean. Well, what do you guys think? Should we go have a fun pottery project? Should we make a little guy? You can follow along at home. Wow! What are you meowing about? Meow. It's a very sultry meow you have there, Trouble. We could go have a fun pottery project. Well, that's a good idea. I don't know if you can join them or not. Mr. Kraggles was just my very first foray into what I'm sure will be a rich and fulfilling future of pottery. Hi, Bubbles. Yes. Okay, go away then. Get away from me. If you don't want pets, then just either lie down someplace or whatever, but I'm not. You're unsatisfied by everything possible that I present to you, so you're just never going to be happy. All right, let's see. What is going on in the world today? What's going on? I'm checking the ESPN, and I'm looking specifically at NCAAM. See which games are on today. Today is November 23rd. So we're going to click on that one. The reason I'm checking is because I know at 1 p.m. Arizona number 3 is playing. I'm kind of curious to see that. But more importantly, at 2:30 p.m., Seton Hall is playing against USC. USC is 23rd in the country. They're the number 1 recruit in the country as a freshman playing Isaiah Collier. Got LeBron James' son, Bronny, who's not playing because of a medical condition. Who's got Boogie Ellis back from last year, and who looks to be a pretty good team, although we did lose a game recently to, I believe it was UC Irvine, Bakersfield maybe. Although a couple key players were not playing that game for USC. And in basketball, that makes a big difference. We God wish, 2:30 p.m., to me, this is college basketball, something to give thanks for on Thanksgiving is this particular game. A good, interesting college basketball game featuring USC on Thanksgiving. That's a gift from the heavens. But of course, it will be competing against what? Starts with an F, ends with an L. Football. Football. In particular, there are 3 Thanksgiving Day matchups on this Thursday. First, the Green Bay Packers travel to Detroit to attempt to defeat the sturdy Detroit Lions, a team that has 8 wins and only 2 losses and is favored by 7.5 points. If you want to see Detroit against Green Bay, 2 irrelevant cities that used to matter, play against each other in football, you'll want to watch this game on the Fox Network at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, which is to say 9:30 in the morning here on the West Coast. Now, let's talk a little bit about Game 2 of the day, beginning at 1:30 here on the West Coast, 4:30 Eastern, and that's the Washington football team, the Commanders, at the Cowboys. Cowboys, Redskins, Redskins, Cowboys. That's classic Thanksgiving Day matchup, except they're no longer the Redskins. So, who cares about the Commanders at the Cowboys? How can the Commanders have a rivalry with anybody? Nobody's even heard of them before. So, obviously the Cowboys are favored. They're 7-3, and Commanders are 4-7. It's at Dallas. Dallas is favored by almost 2 touchdowns. Well, 11. They're about 11 points. I expect they'll cover that spread. I bet. Now, next I want to tell you about 49ers and Seahawks. This is the only NFL game today that I might watch. Probably will watch. Our local team, the San Francisco 49ers, who do not play in San Francisco, of course. They're really more like the San Jose 49ers. At the Seattle Seahawks, who do play in Seattle. The spread is the Niners by a touchdown, 7 points. But, when you're going up against a Pete Carroll coached team, games are more likely than normal to be close. So even though I expect the Niners to win that game, I think the Niners are a better team. I also acknowledge that probably they won't win by more than a touchdown. And if I were a betting man, I'd bet on Seattle and take the points. So in other words, the Niners will win by less than a touchdown. All right. Those are the 3 NFL matchups on this Thanksgiving Day. But keep in mind, more importantly, the 2:30 game, number 23 ranked USC versus unbeaten but unranked Seton Hall. Should be an exciting day full of sports action and wonder. Would you eat horse, or is it unethical compared to a turkey? It's not a matter of ethics. It's just a matter of convention, really, and one's sense of one's relationship, the kind of relationship one has to certain kinds of animals, right? Horses are for riding, not for eating. Pigs are for eating, not for getting milk from. Cows you can eat and get milk from, but they're not for riding. Goats you can get milk from or eat them, but they don't taste very good. Dogs you're supposed to be friends with and not eat them. These are the conventions. Okay. We have conventions for various animals. Mosquitoes, flies, and roaches are fine to kill, infinite numbers of them. Nobody has a problem. Termites, same thing. You can kill infinite numbers of them and nobody's going to have a problem with it. But if you go around killing a bunch of praying mantises, people will be like, hey, those are good for your garden. What are you doing? So, we kill as many roaches and mosquitoes and flies as possible, and then we put in place ladybugs and praying mantises. because they're better, which they are. They're way better. Nobody's grossed out when a ladybug lands on their foot, but when your cat puts a potato bug between your toes, you scream like a little girl. Big difference, right? Is it because we're being arbitrary as human beings? No. It's because potato bugs are gross. And ladybugs are not gross. Praying mantises are a little scary, but not really gross. They're nice, clean and lean, you know? They're clean and lean. Roaches, even though they're shiny, maybe that's part of why they're so gross. They just, ew, you just want to step on it. Big difference, right? You trying to say human beings are being arbitrary? I say my intuition tells me no. That some bugs are guilty of being gross instead. Why did I come in here? Sure, I came here to do something. Why are you meowing at me so mournfully? Why you make me feel like a sad G? Why are you meowing so mournfully? Well, you guys want to make some clay things? We can make some clay things. Yeah, that'd be fine. No, you're not imposing on me. Okay. Are you going to actually eat this time? Or this time you're going to eat a few things, huh? You're going to have a couple of pretend bites. Eating theater. You're going to do a little eating theater for me? Thanks. Appreciate it. That means a lot. So I don't feel so used. You are one of bring the trash can back over here, but I need to take the trash out. It's time to take out the trash. It's a kind of a classic action trope. Along the lines of we've got company. And it's too quiet. I don't like the look of those trees. They could easily be hiding Sasquatches behind them. You wanted cheese, they gave him a piece of cheese, and he didn't eat it, and it's eating around the cheese. If you want to eat around my cheese, then don't take the sandwich. It's kind of good. A good old saying. If you want to eat around the cheese, don't take the sandwich. Because you can't really eat around the cheese in a sandwich. You can take the cheese off of the sandwich and then successfully avoid eating it, but that's not exactly eating around the cheese. If you want to eat around the cheese, don't take the sandwich. Sounds like something someone's grandfather would say. I'm sorry, I dropped a spoon. That was my fault. I should never have done that. You're right to be angry. Okay, can I be done watching you now? Slow it on slow eats. Oh yes, you're a very good kitty. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. and daddy cares, and daddy pets, and daddy trusts, and daddy likes, and daddy wants, and daddy knows. Would you like to go outside? Would you like to go outside? Would you please go outside so that I don't have to deal with you anymore for 5 minutes until you come back inside through the cat door? Come on, go. You know you want to. I can smell it on you. You want to go outside. Fine, stay inside. It's your last chance. Come on. Go, go. There. I got him to go outside. Now I don't have to deal with him for at least like 2 minutes, maybe. You watch. We'll see how quickly he comes back inside. He does not want to stop being a constant pain in the ass. He feels like I'm getting away with murder right now because I'm not having to deal with him. I don't even know why I went into that room. Did I ever have hangovers or nah? Man, the last couple of years of my life, at least, in my drinking life, I was hungover more or less continually. And couple is being extremely generous, say maybe the last 10, 15, 20 years of my drinking life. I don't know. 15 maybe. 10-ish, somewhere. When things started, obviously, it got worse towards the end. But, yeah, I lived a life full of hangovers. I hate hangovers, of course. Who doesn't hate hangovers? And I can't even count how many of them. Yeah. It's more house than we need. And well, most importantly, in this whole equation, it's a big holistic thing. There's a whole bunch of different puzzle pieces that kind of all fit together to say, yeah, we should move and start doing shit like I have envisioned here. Myriad reasons. One, because the recent fires in Mariposa, property values have dipped here a bit. Will probably stay down for a bit because the scenery is not as nice, right? There's burned areas. But that makes it good land to invest in because the forest will grow back and the burned areas will stop looking like burned areas within 10 years or so. But decreasingly will look like burn areas every year. It will decreasingly look like that. So obviously, you want to buy low, sell high, right? The other thing is Mariposa has very much zoned for low density. The thing that's rarer than anything else in California probably is low density rural living. We have it here in Mariposa. The county seems committed to sustaining it. They prevent a lot of subdivisions and stuff. So what we're envisioning doing, either fixing up the house, selling it with sufficient value added over money put into it, right? For a profit like that. Or renting to have steady income stream from it. It comes in monthly as rent. But regardless, if we don't flip it right away or whatever, because there's insufficient value added in addition to the money put into it for us to make money doing that, if that's the case, then you rent for a while and you hope the property value goes up, and I feel confident it will. In the coming couple of years, then you sell it again, or you hold it for as long as until you got to sustain a gap between operating capital and and living expenses and stuff like that, you know. It's a big complicated TE problem that I never thought about before my dad died, and really until recently did I start really thinking about it. Median days on market? What are median days? I'm not sure how to read this graph. So it peaks in January, and usually it peaks in January, is the message here. What does a peak mean? So does a peak mean bigger housing inventory? In other words, more units for sale? If that means that, then we don't want to sell in January. Oh, so January is a good time. Okay, good. It's good to know. That's when we bought, was January. The thing is, January is not really tourist season here, but we can buy in January. Yeah. Oh, well, that's good because I was thinking my basic plan is I'd like to have this thing listed by the end of January, if possible, which means have successfully purchased and gone through an escrow on a fixer upper. Pretty quick, which means basically I'd like to be in the process of buying a house by the middle of January 15th, let's say, and have this thing listed by the 30th. We may be able to go faster than that. I don't know. But I want to take my time looking for the right place. I don't want to just grab whatever. I want to look at all my options carefully and make a careful decision. If we have this thing, the people who said they're going to build Cross Street said they're going to start taking bids for contractors in the spring. Or maybe this is they were gonna. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they're gonna start taking bids in the spring. I want to have this fucking place sold before then, for sure. Let it be somebody else's problem. Is that kind of a dick move? Well, it's how it's meant to be, you know? Because we tried the non-dick way of solving this problem. We tried to buy that hill. We saw the fact that it had a sign on it that said for sale, obviously, and we tried to buy it. But for whatever reason, our realtor couldn't track down whoever it was selling it or something. So obviously somebody else bought it. Right. Mrs. Mom, even a finished house across the street is not going on the hill above us is not going to add to the value. That's why I tried to buy that hill in the first place. So we gotta move fast on this shit, you know? It's meant to be. Now, being a kind of weirdly intuitive, paranoid type, it occurs to me that I could be a ploy done by the people across the street to get somebody to move, you know, in theory. But that's one of the missing puzzle pieces or whatever is there are so many good reasons to make this happen. Now that I understand what we want, what we need, what we would love to have, what we can't do without, you know, uh, in a much better sense. Now that I understand what it means to live in Mariposa in a much clearer way, and etc. We are not maximizing the. We're not maximizing the resource here by living in this house. It's a super nice house, but it's also not really an ideal place to live because unlike most of Mariposa, this is a neighborhood with houses kind of next to each other, like in a regular suburban neighborhood. We're in the least like that part of it here up on Snyder Ridge, but now if they're building another fucking house across the street, then fuck that. It's just too many neighbors in too close proximity. It's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, Winston's mom. But again, I have to deal with cat moving, right? I'd like to. No, we're not moving states. We're not leaving Mariposa County. We like Mariposa. We love it here. We want to stay in Mariposa. It's sure it's possible that we could move states, but the thing is, what I have in mind is a vision that links very closely to Mariposa, right? It's making these decisions, understanding the state of the land market, the state of the housing market, things that I know all about California that I've never don't know about any other state. I know how to be a landlord in California. I know how to evaluate the value of property in California and the likelihood of property going up or not, depending, and factors to consider. Things just not that long before we moved here, just months before, the state was the whole state was in a state of severe drought. This county had just gone through consecutive years of terrible fires that burned up much of the natural beauty of it. And then we moved here and we had the wettest winter in history. And all of a sudden, the fortunes of lots of places are turning around. The market's not that quick in its responsiveness to the changing state of the state. Any different state talk, I think, can go out the window because I lose all of my experiential advantages that are necessary for this specific plan. So because the whole point is, that what I started coming here, I came into this place thinking we don't need a lot of land. And when I saw this house, I thought, this is great. So what? There's neighbors there. I'm used to having neighbors anyway, or whatever. Neighbors over there, you can't even see them. You can't see the neighbors up across the hill. It's plenty isolated. We're way back here. That's what I thought when we first moved here. Now I think, oh God, that dog's barking across the street when I go outside. How annoying. And I think, oh, I can look, every time I go over here, I can look down there and just see my neighbor's whole house, and it's kind of annoying. So I tend to not go on that side so much. And I hear a lot of building noise and stuff in the neighborhood. I don't mind being in a neighborhood if it's a cool neighborhood, etc. And this is a coolish neighborhood. But I find myself wanting to have like 5 or 7 acres, and not have my house in easy waving distance of my neighbor. Just at least I know 5 or 7 acres is not a huge plot of land or anything, but it's enough that you can have your house such that with the trees and hill or whatever, you just it seems like you're by yourself out there. You can't see anybody around. The best thing about this house, and something I don't doubt that I will. Well, there's a lot of good things about this house. There are a lot of things I'll miss. The washer and dryer, the oven, stuff like that. All the appliances are great. This place is they're old, but they're all top of the line old. Which is better than brand new shitty. I'll never live in a house this beautiful again, like from the outside. This is a lovely foyer, you know, but it's smaller on the inside than it is on the outside. In other words, it doesn't feel spacious to me because I think it would have felt more spacious if they had gone 3 bedroom with the same amount of square footage. Okay, that would have been a better choice, frankly. 3 bedroom, two bath, or even 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath. I think that's what we're looking for, probably. Why are we leaving? Because apparently some fuckers bought the hill across the street and are going to build a house right over there, right across the street, looking down onto our house. When I first moved here, I saw a sign across the street. I said, okay, we have to buy that house that hill for 40 grand or whatever they wanted for it. Or else somebody else is going to build across the street from us, above us. We tried to buy the hill. We tried to buy it. For some reason, our realtor was unable to find whoever it was that was selling it. We tried to buy it specifically to prevent that from occurring. Now it's occurring. Apparently. There's 2 people across the street yesterday in green safety vests on the hill, freaking like chopping at the branches of things, like proud new landowners or whatever, and telling us that they were gonna start building there. They were gonna take bids starting in the spring. Could be a ploy to get us to sell this house, for example, but I don't think so. And regardless, we need to get at least what we put into it out, and we should be able to get that. Not thrilled with this retaining wall though. I'm gonna fix up this, make it look better. Unlike last people, I'm gonna put concrete on. I'm gonna paint it, however. Paint it this dark blue color of the trim. It probably would be a good idea. We'll, of course, talk to David about how to get this place spit shine for sale. But yeah, I don't want to. Well, we could move out of here. It's like I have to talk to David. That's what I need to do. I need to talk to Delilah. I need to talk to David. We need to make a bunch of shit happen. In some ways, it would be better for us to. It would be better for us to get moving on selling this sooner than actually having moved ourselves, right? So I need to talk to. I need to make phone calls. I'm just musing out loud now. It's just a pointless waste of time. They're gonna build a house across the street. It's gonna be construction for months. And that's assuming it's a non-complicated construction, effectively and efficiently done. They're going to build on this place that there's no place to build on. They're going to have to level a significant chunk of hill to get a flat enough spot to build on, just to begin with. No, we're not moving to New York. We're going to move somewhere. We're going to get a fixer-upper here in Mariposa. With the extra money, fix it up. And during that process, we'll probably also get an additional fixer-upper, fix that up, and see what the market looks like in terms of flip or landlord than sell. That's the plan. That's my existing plan. So it's kind of spiritually wrong to destroy nature like this. No, 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 no. We're staying here in Mariposa. Before even we found out about this stuff, I had already had the seeds of these sorts of plans in mind. I had them in mind since the first time I saw, or an early time when I saw them putting up these little houses down there. I thought, we might be able to do that, and and we might be able to make some money. This is a potential way that we could invest. That was the initial seeds of it. Well, now all the parts have come together, all the pieces have come into place. It's obvious what we're supposed to do in life. We are meant to sell this house. No, we don't really like that place. Happy Burger Diner. The thing is, when we visited here, we were up much earlier than we get up now. Nowadays, we stay up a lot later. Um, anyway, we went to the Happy Burger Diner in the morning when we had breakfast there, which is great. Breakfast there is great. The problem is their lunch and dinner foods are not great, and They don't serve breakfast all day. Oh, well, I mean, this smallish area of land here called Mariposa Pines was lotted into small lots, half acre lots or acre, depending on where and it is. Acre on the big ones, half acre on the small ones. They have, I believe, a half acre across the street. They're going to build a house on. Is it destructive of nature and stuff? I mean, it's like I'm not worried about that in this particular neighborhood in the sense that that's what this little pocket of land here around the creek, yeah, is designated for. Is that it's between us and the water tower on the hill? You know, is it? It does it involve a super amount of terraforming? Did they pick a terrible piece of land to do this on? Yes, but it's like there's a conservancy all around. There's conservancy all around this. Like either county conservancy down there, Sierra National Forest over there, or Yosemite over there. I mean, That's true of every place that anyone ever lives. It's just more obvious when you're living someplace where people don't currently live as much. Mariposa is as environmentally friendly a county as can conceivably be. This is one of the rare areas in the entire county that's lotted such that you can have single family dwellings on half acre lots or whatever. Everything's zoned low density. Most of the county, the minimum lot size is five acres. So what's go to houses here, Lamb? Houses serve a practical purpose too. People live in them. In fact, people spend a lot more time experiencing the practical benefit of the house than they do a road. Well, I mean, it's unnecessary. These people want to build their own house on their own plot of land that they purchased for that purpose. It's zoned for that purpose. You say it's unnecessary, but that's not how we evaluate the legitimacy of things. Lots of things are unnecessary. You know, it's not necessary that I have this box of paper clips. It's not a good reason to deny me the right to have it. Yeah, I thought about a dollar, okay? Well, I agree. I think what they're going to end up experiencing, based on my looking at the hill, is they're going to the construction company is going to go, okay, well, this is going to be pretty darn expensive because we have to make sure this hill's stable enough, and we're going to need to do some kind of environmental impact thing on whether or not it's going to destabilize up here where the dirt road that the water company puts in for their part of of the hill. If it's going to destabilize that, yada yada yada. But there is a bit of a pocket right down here near the road where they could probably level it out. But it is also in what probably is a bit of a dream passageway during wintertime, you know? I mean, I think we're on topic. My point has been that the land is zoned for that. It may not be particularly conducive to building on, but if you're going to buy the property and you you're aware and have been promised that you can build on it, you know, in other words, it's zoned accordingly, then what are you going to say? Buy an existing house? Well, if everybody did that, the housing market would just get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter forever. Live on the sky? Sky living? I could sky live. The new trend of sky living is where you get a really tricked out hot air balloon basket and a big hot air balloon, and you just live in the sky, floating around, pooping over the edge of the basket, never worrying about where it goes. Happy Thanksgiving, Chris Jenga. What larger thing? Are you talking about a hot air balloon? Talking about one of the balloons in the Thanksgiving Day Macy's parade? I'm gonna re-envision. I'm gonna re-envision Thanksgiving such that the Indians they meet and they land near New York are like actual New Yorkers. What do you think you're doing? You can't park your boat there. We're the Pilgrims from England. We'll get a load of these guys. Pilgrims from England, huh? Okay. Hey, listen, you want to buy some maize? No? How about some buffalo skins? You want to buy some buffalo skins? No? Okay. I mean, these are super high quality. So, running bear, get a load of this shit. You remember those goofy guys with the black and white clothes and, you know, what do they call them? Pilgrims, right? They invited us over for some sort of dinner with turkey. I don't know, some other stuff. You want to go? Well, I mean, I didn't make anything. Just bring them this corn. Yeah, okay, we'll call it fancy. We'll give it a fancy name. We'll call it maize. Let's go. Get some free turkey. That's how I'm going to re envision the meeting between the Pilgrims and the Indians. It'll be Act Two of my 3-act feature film called Pilgrims, Indians, People. So in the first act, the Indians are like cavemen, and the Pilgrims are like sensible, normal people. In the second act, the Pilgrims are like doe-eyed evangelists, and the Indians are like regular people. In the third act, in the third act, the Indians The actual Indians retreat to super advanced technological underground bases, leaving only replacement Indians in their place. The Pilgrims, meanwhile, wonder what happened to the radiant golden beings who they were sure they had seen before as Indians. Instead, you get these just kind of regular brown Mexican kind of people saying, "Hey, we're those Indians," and the Pilgrims are skeptical. They're like, "You don't seem like the same Indians." That's when everybody started getting distracted by talk of a hot new cheapie design hitting the marketplace. Pioneers, bro. Pioneers. Let's talk pioneers. How many pioneers does it take to make a pilgrim? How many pilgrims does it take to make a founding father? And how many founding fathers does it take to make America? So, what they needed, I think, the Indians, when the pilgrims arrived, and the white man in general, they needed somebody to do cheers for them, to really lead them in their approach with cheers. You know, because they were stuck with, well, I don't know if you're begging to be enslaved, Boba Fett, but certainly your culture, let's say, can be perceived as less robust, uh, inherently less robust than a highly militarized culture, I guess. But neither of them promise much longevity, I suspect. Uh, Apparati of human civilization, be it tribalism, city states, representative democracy, monarchy, you know, freaking, what's it called? Religion, government, theocracy, whatever you want to, whatever forms of those various things that occur. Sometimes they have great longevity. We have instances in history when they did. Those tended to be Eastern dynasties. But it's because the either accidentally or willfully, but regardless successfully, stayed pretty isolated from the West. The more isolation, the more possible it is to sustain a single dynasty over millennia or whatever. As the world is interconnected now, dynasty sustaining is increasingly going to be a challenge. Obviously, North Korea is sustaining a dynasty for a few generations anyway. We'll see how long it lasts. I don't think it's going to be something like some Chinese thing that lasted like 2,000 years or whatever. The TV show Dynasty, it didn't even make it 1,000 years. Not even close. And it is the standard by which all dynasties should be judged. So, I wonder what I should do to separate clay from little rocks and stuff without. I mean, I guess it feels like if I wash it with a hose or something, that it will. I'll lose more than just the little rocks. I'll lose all the clay too. Or maybe all the light stuff plus the rock. You can throw out the rocks and then kind of pour out the water and get all the light stuff and leave the heavy stuff. That might be a good clay separation methodology. Regardless, I think I'm going to need a jacket before we go on to our pottery fun with Eric activity for the morning while we're killing a little time. It's not quite time to put in the turkey or start on that shit. It's like, we probably won't eat till like 3 or 4, so. Stop touching my privacy. It gives me the tingles. What am I looking for? A coat. That is not inside the house. I mean, that's not in the kitchen. It's in a different room. Let's try a different place for a coat. I'm not gonna find any coats in the kitchen. Coats in the kitchen, boats in the shed. Because there's goats in the kitchen and the boats in the shed. Let's see. I'm gloating and bitching. Punch you in the head. That's a good chorus for a rap song. There's goats in the kitchen and boats in the shed. I'm gloating and you're bitching. I'll punch you in the head. Like that. If you want to be tough sounding. I don't want to be tough sounding, so I would instead say, the reason that I'm bitching is you punched me in the head. Okay, I need to tie meow like a meow. It will be fine. It will be fine. Hooray, hooray. It will be fine. So let's take a gander outside at our resources that we have available for today's fun with ceramics. Fun with ceramics. Well, the first thing I need is my pot that I used to get the clay, and I walked right past it as though it were the invisible man. Okay. I could just try to make something very small with this little amount of clay right here. But, yeah, I think maybe I will do that, actually. Not a lot of clay. It's a little bit sandy. You could squish up the hands a bit, though. Okay, I think if I work this little bit of clay here more, we're going to get some good results. Now, question, of course, is upon which surface ought I work this? Because it's going to, unavoidably, I think, leave a mark. A red mark. I think perhaps this natural stone surface here will prove adequate for my purposes. If you love natural stone surfaces, you're going to love this idea. I'll do it on top of this rock. See? All right. I actually work in the kitchen here on this for a bit. It's not going to take a lot of work. That's why I like to do this, because it's, as I learned yesterday, the first time. So why I want to do this is because it's very short amount of work, small amount of work. And for like a artsy crafty project, it's a big plus. It's a small amount of work. A lot of artsy crafty projects, the problem is they require you to do too much. Or they might even require you to buy something, you know. Those kind of AACP arts and crafts projects are what I like to call extra GAY. So we got a little clay here, and it's got a little bit of rock in it. I'm just gonna smush that into the clay. It's not rock I put in there on purpose or anything. Just little pebbly things that I failed to pull out from the ground. If it's too big of a rock like this, rock here, then obviously this has to go away into the trash or whatever, or go back outside. But this little teeny rocks in here, I can probably squish them up. Now the interesting thing is, what do they make glazes out of? Silica is a common ingredient in glazes. I can see the silica in this clay. We have fool's gold essentially, just in the dirt outside everywhere. So that's a form of silica. And it drives a Ford Silica. I'm gonna get rid of this rock there. Okay, yes, it makes kind of a mess. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple of little teeny rocks in it. So what? What are you, the rock police? Alright. Now I've got a good little amount of clay here. But I want a little bit more. That's right. This much more. It's more than that even maybe. Now, one thing that would make the statue I'm about to make probably a lot more valuable and interesting to people would be if I were to tell a story that said, I had a vision last night in a dream in which God told me to sculpt this little figurine in honor of Christ's teenage years, which he feels are under-respected. And then it would be known as Teenage Christ, the miracle of Mariposa. And people come and pray to it and stuff. I'd put it out for Christmas as a decoration. I'd write a book about it called Christ, the Teenage Years. Alright, I think I've gotten most of the clay here. There's a nice big chunk of dry clay. Okay, so we've gotten most of this clay here onto this rock. And that's good news, people. That's good news and fun times for all. On this clay on the rock, we're going to work it like we twerk it. Okay. Let's just smush it out. Make sure we got every sizable rock out of there. Here's one more. Should be fine now. We just smushed it around in our hand. Yes, it's fine. It's a pretty good smush quality to it. It's a nice ball of clay, see? A little ball of clay. But what we're looking for is elite level clay. It's the best that anybody has ever made. So how do you make clay better than it normally is? Well, let me ask you a question. How would you make, I don't know, French fries better than they normally are? No, not ketchup. True, maybe, but not the answer I'm looking for this time. In fact, the answer may surprise you. It's our old friend, salt, or as we scientists know it, sodium chloride. That's right. Sodium chloride, regular table salt, can be used in glazing ceramic things. Therefore, Eric thinks it's a good idea to pour salt on his clay before he sculpts it. A little salt never hurt anything. Okay, salty sculpt. Now that we got a little bit of salt in the clay, it sculpts a little bit better. But to go along with that salt in the clay, we also want to put a little bit of this. This is some cooking oil. This will help it cook a little bit better. Less likely to crack. We want to get a nice smooth clay consistency. The kind of consistency that says, hey, I'm ready to be sculpted. Okay, here we go. It's sculpture time, everybody. How can I sculpt a wonderful fellow or lady who knows which it will be? It shouldn't be too small, but also too meaty. It would crack in three. Maybe this guy is a lobster. Maybe instead of a guy. Let's see. How are you coming along, Mr. Guy? You're trying to look like a guy a bit, but you don't have any arms. This is your problem. You and I have talked about this before. You need to get arm having surgery. Arm beyond. It's the revolutionary new arm beyond surgery, which causes arms to be on your body. Maybe I should have started with arms in mind. Is that what you're saying? Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. Just enough. I'm just going to cut the top of them off like this. Even more. Like this much. This is going to be a family heirloom for generations to come. I can just tell already. This thing's got family heirloom written all over it. We'll bring this into the Antiques Roadshow and let's see. This is a wonderful example of exactly the kind of American folk art we're looking for. I think the market would easily bear $30,000, $40,000 for this. And it'd be a fool not to pay that, frankly. I think it's undervalued at that. They'd be right. This was the day that Eric played with clay and became a famous sculptor. This is just ground from outside, I tell you. That's how much clay we got around here. It's like we're living in the clay mines of Saudi Arabia. Pew-wop. Pew-giddy, pew-wop, pew-pew. A pew-giddy, pew-wop, pew-pew. A pew-giddy, pew-wop, pew-pew. A pew-giddy, pew-wop, pew-pew. If you pig-a-pew, a pig-giddy-pew, then you'll pig-a-pew-giddy-pew. If you pig-a-pew, pig-giddy-pew, a pew-pig-a-pew-pew-pew. Then you can start piggity-pewing after that. Before then, don't even talk to me. You're not ready to piggity. You're not even ready to pew. If you think you are, I've got some words for you. You ain't ready to piggity, not ready to pure. If you think you is, you got some words from you. I got some words for you. What words are they? Know you ain't ready. Not anyway. Let's see, this needs to be... She's coming together. She looks like a girl, I think, now. I think she's a girl, probably. So, gonna need to make her a little bit... Well, now she's more like a squished head alien guy. I need a surface to work on. That's what this rock is for. Should be using it. Okay, there. Now it's more like I'm doing surgery on it. Because my pants are falling down. Because my pants are near the ground. Because my pants are falling down. Because I am wearing sweats. And only one of the ends of the string is where I can't reach it. It's pulled too string. It's pulled the other string inside. And I can't get it out. So when I got my pockets, or even when they're empty, they fall down. Doesn't matter what I do or whoever is standing around. And the reason is because my pants are falling down. Because my pants are near the ground. Because my pants are falling down. It's the worst thing in life. Well, not the absolute worst thing in life, probably, but close-ish to a bad thing, potentially. Could be worse than I ever imagined, but could be not as bad as I feared. Those are my two options. Okay, so, is this his butt? Yes. This should be his butt. If this is his butt, then his front side, I don't have to worry about what his front side looks like so much. I could just even bake him on this rock. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just bake this whole rock. You know? He needs more back of his head. Because his head, it needs more head. He needs more head because otherwise dead. He'd be so dead without this head. He'd have his head too flat. Don't be such a flathead. Meow, 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 meow. Cause flatheads have a head that's super flat and it is flat. You guys think it's kind of high up. Do you guys hear about the lawsuit between Hall and Oates? Lawsuit which Hall is suing Oates. Apparently, something come to fisticuffs. And Hall was unwilling to leave it at that. He said, no, I'm not leaving it at that. We are getting to court and suing your ass. I'm suing you with all of my ass. You can't sue me with your ass. Use something else. A little bit more giggity and a little bit more mint. A little bit less giggity and a little bit niggity right. Put that there as per me. Now we've got something that's more like a regular sized head for this. It's kind of a little bit of a bigger head, but it's a head with hair, you know. So factor that in for the size of the head. Okay, we're making some progress. However, I'm seeing a bit of a problem here. I'll tell you what it is. This part here, we got too much neck. You got some neck too much. In my respect, you got some neck too much. I'll cut it back. You got too much neck in your neck, so I'll cut it back. We don't want that much neck. Too much neck. Just get out of there, you. Out of her. Not trying by dog bark. Okay, that's a little bit better. Wish I had some glasses on, actually, almost. It's fine. Now that I've done it before, like I said, I went straight from rank beginner to black belt of ceramics. I understand now, finally, at long last, that I'm not going to take this guy off of the rock. It's actually going to end up being pretty cool. If it doesn't break in the fire, put it on low for a while. It doesn't really, it dries out pretty hard without any heat necessarily, but it does take a little to bakelite it. Because my clay is just some dirt. Because my clay, I made it myself. In fact, I didn't do anything. I just gathered it up. I took out some rocks. Let's do something. Because my clay is so homemade. Because my clay is so homemade. Because my clay is so homemade. It's the worst stuff in life. No, I'm sorry, Clay. I don't mean to talk shit about you. You're fine. You're a wonderful Clay. Mm-hmm. You know, hair lines for persons who have hair. There. Okay. Looking pretty good. We just gotta go a little bit more like that. A little bit of hair is good. Just like that. Okay. Now, push that like so. It's good. Okay. Get in there a bit, probably good. Let's get like so. And we just really need a little bit more butt cheek, I think. I think he's just suffering from a bit of a butt cheek deficit here. So what we're going to do, we're going to give him a little bit more cheekage. We can smooth this out. So he's got some nice, smooth, well-defined butt cheeks. This one's a little high up. There. Now, he looks like he works out. You know, he's got a little bit more butt cheek action going. As you can see. But he's still, this cheek over here is a little too flat. So, needs a little bit more cheek. And a little bit more cheek. Okay. And we've got the raw material to make the cheek happen. We just need to shape it. It needs to be nice and shapely, like my butt cheeks. I want this guy to be as confident and comfortable in his butt cheeks as I am in my butt cheeks. My beautiful, beautiful butt cheeks. I can't remember the number of times I've heard someone say, "You have the butt cheeks of an angel." I cannot remember the number. Could have been 10, could have been 0 times potentially, but probably not. Are those proportional cheeks really? Like, this part needs a little bit more down here maybe to just sell the cheek, you know, to really highlight and bring out all the cheeky goodness inside. Show them your cheeky goodness that you have inside. Show them a sense of pride in their butt cheeks too, because your butt cheeks are so nice. Yes, you have some cheeks. Oh, yeah. Everyone knows the cheeks are the world. Everybody's got some butt cheeks, darling. Okay, I think I need to meow this a bit, meow this a bit, meow this a bit, meow this a bit. I need to give him a little bit of shoulder blade. A little shoulder blade action. That's not the right place for the shoulder blades. All I did was give him a deformity that way. The naturally occurring blades go like this. Just, yeah. Not so much though. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Just a wafting. Just a wafting's worth of a smidge. Okay. And there. I think we've got something here that's really going on. It's really going to town. I think we are done with this master work. Now, what we want to do, with addition to their masterwork here, is we want to put some more salt on him. This will help. And grow it up to be a healthy boy. And probably want to push in the side of the leg a little bit too. Come on. Come on. Get your leg in there. And your butt cheek's still plenty shapely. Don't complain. You're fine. Put a little bit more salt on him. Because salt is an important part of pottery breakfast. Apparently it helps sometimes. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to put a little bit of this cooking oil on it. That's good for Helps it stay fresh and delicious. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is wipe off the bottom of it. I'll try to wipe off some of this part here, you know, like edges and stuff. Some of the extra clay off. You can. Without messing her up. Okay, so let's just come, you know, right in here. Make sure we get as much of the accumulated clay off the rock as possible before we put her in the old ovaroo. Sometimes known in the clay business, what's called the kiln. It's called the kitchen oven. And you're like, oh, I got there, a kiln. And don't we have a kiln inside the kitchen already? Isn't that just basically what an oven is? Oh, our kilns are extra hot. Just cook it longer. You don't need to be that hot, I'm sure. I'll try until melt platinum. Okay, well, there's your problem. Alright, looking good, looking fine. I think it'll win the Nobel Prize for cool things. I'm going to just put it in the oven in a second. Because this clay is not too great. Because this clay, I can now state, I think this clay is super hay. I want to put it in this oven. Okay. Now the question is, do we want to fire it low and slow, low and fast, high and fast, high in a long time, medium in a medium amount of time? What's our cooking plan? That's the question. What's our cooking plan? I don't really have a cooking plan, but I'm going to say, let's start it out at 500 degrees and see what happens. Do 500 degrees for like 20 minutes. See what happens. Anybody have any suggestions? If you're suggesting anything specific, either lower temperature or higher temperature, probably it's going to be higher. It seems like the whole kiln thing is about how, oh, it's going to be all super hot. But I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. So I can put it at 500. I'm just going to put it straight in the oven. So it gets warmed up slowly too, like the oven itself rather than all at once. We're just going to wait to hear the rock explode and then we'll know it's done. Okay, so I think this is, remember, this is my first effort right here, Mr. Kraggles. Mr. Kraggles looks like something a kid would make in elementary school. It looks like the moray eel I made in elementary school, actually. But I think this new art project here is going to come out a lot better. What do you guys think? Like, oh my God, Eric, that's going to be so cool. I'm like, I know, right? Is that what you're saying? You're saying I know right? I know right, I know right from wrong, I know wrong from right, and I know I'm strong. I know how stupid and I know is what. Is it something about pottery, Diamond? What do you think? What do you think the amount of time and heat is that you put it in the oven for? Because I'm looking at 4.5 hours on a turkey. I'm like, let's just say to be super generous with all the food prep. So I just boil the potatoes and don't skin them before I make the mashed potatoes. An hour of total food prep time, not counting, you know, the end bit, like not counting the actual mashing, well, including the mashing of the potatoes. I'll probably put that off later. So, in other words, turkey prep before it goes in the oven, 30 minutes max. I can't imagine it'd take more than that. 30 minutes should get us to a fully ready to go in the oven turkey with stuffing in it. Worst case scenario, 45 minutes. Now, I'm making a sculpture. I'm doing pottery, okay? I'm doing ceramics. Here I am. Just deal with it. Just get used to it, okay? Now I do ceramics. I started yesterday. Now I'm like one of Mariposa County's most premier pottery throwers. I don't have anything to throw the pots with, like one of those spinny circle things, but I do have my fingers and a dream. I'm a boy who's got a dream, and that dream is me making something in the oven out of clay. So that's what I'm doing. Living my dream. In the process, I'm communing with our First Nation friends from our local tribes by attaining the clay-colored skin of the Indian. So, that's good and appropriate for Thanksgiving. Reminds me of the one movie, The First Thanksgiving, in parentheses, The Invention of Clay. On parentheses. Okay. Put these away. What am I doing now? Besides baking clay. What time is it? 8:30? All right, you win. Fine. I'll clean out this thing. Relax. Yeah, I know it's graceful to me. I said relax. Yeah, let me get this side too. Shh. Stop telling me what to do. I know, I see it. I see that piece. I know it looks like poo, but it's not poo. It's clay. I didn't put any of my poo in there. I'm not sure they even normally use poo in babies. I was convinced they did when I was a kid, because I heard that at school, but I think only sometimes they use some cow dung in babies, but not usually. I don't know, my teacher must have told us to make it interesting. I went home and tried to make bricks out of mud and leaves and dog shit. True story. And that's the danger of education, everybody. It makes it so risky. So I think we should keep our children in the dark, intellectually. Just explain that magic makes that happen when they ask questions. They'll be satisfied. Children are easily tricked. Okay. Well, I'm done cleaning up some clay mess. I'm wondering how long I should leave in this guy for, Probably it'll cook pretty quick, I would think. I left the other one in for quite a long time, though. I started off at a lot lower temperature. I started at 300, 350 or something. I'm going to leave it for, let's set the timer. Oh, it hasn't even gotten to the temperature yet. It's still preheating. No, it's not food. I'm making a baked sculpture. And so can you, by following this simple set of instructions from Eric. Step 1, get some clay from outside. Step 2, take out the little rocks. Step 3, make it into a shape. Step 4, put some salt on it and some cooking oil on it. And put your little shape on a rock. Step 5, put the rock in the oven at 500 degrees. Step 6, wait around a while. Step 7, take it out. Step 8, achieve history's greatest ceramic sculpture. Bam! From never doing ceramics to being the world's greatest expert in one day. That's what I call a quick learner. Namely me. I didn't do much research, but I didn't sculpt the cat. I sculpted the little guy. Sieving can be done either two ways. The clay can be pulverized when dry and then sieved, or dried, slaked down in water, then sieved. Bye, Winston's mom. See you later. How to extract clay from soil. Mix soil and water nicely and keep soaked for 10 minutes. Then filter it to remove small stones from sand. After filtering, leave it for 30 minutes to deposit sand at bottom. Water will be stored at top. Then remove water and leave it for 12 hours to dry. Now clay is ready for pottery work. What do you do with the clay? What do you do with the sand? Clay straight from the ground does need to be processed. Clay will need to be sieved to remove unwanted materials such as rocks, twigs, and roots. I took out my rocks, twigs, and roots pretty well. So if you like rocks, twigs, and roots, well, join the party. Okay. Gamoron. Gamori. Good morning. Sculpt a fat. Sculpt a cat. Sculpt a bat. Sculpt a shat. Be right batch. Batch doesn't rhyme with shat. Bach. Bach. What is this thing? Let's find out. I'm going to take epic. Piao. Sculpting monsters exactly as described in the Bible. Oh, look at him go. He's got some sculpting clay. I just got clay from the ground. But mine has more pyrite in it. It looks like gold flecked. It's gonna be exciting. I wonder how long they cook it for. How long should you cook some clay for when you're making a sculpture? So I'm gonna Google. How long should you cook a clay sculpture for? 275? Uh-oh, I've got it too high. That's not very hot. I should probably turn it down a little bit. I don't know if that's polymer clay or not. Should I put natural clay? Is polymer clay different than natural clay? Natural. All natural. Big Naturals. Who here subscribes to Big Naturals magazine? How hot? And how hot? 275. This is says polymer oven baked clays. It doesn't say real clay that you get from your ground outside. So I'm gonna turn it down. It's too hot. I'm gonna turn it down to 300 degrees. I'm going 300, I'm going 15 minutes, 20 minutes. 20 minutes of clay cook. Should be fine. Yeah, granted, it isn't a clay that's meant to be, like you get at the store, it's meant to do this with. But still, it probably shouldn't take that much longer. Let's see. Stop like delaying. It says, do not try to cook it in the oven at home. Fuck you, right? Why not? It says, apart from being not very hygienic, you run the risk of ruining your oven, as clay is very hard to get rid of and is quite messy. Therefore, avoid at all costs doing this in your own home. Don't be an idiot. Why wouldn't you just put it on a fucking a cookie sheet? The firing temperature is 900 to 1,000 degrees. Well, I don't know. I'm getting totally conflicting answers on this question. How hot should it be? Should it be as hot as I can get the oven or not that hot? Hmm. Well, if it's got to be 900 degrees, obviously you can't do it at home in the oven. Home ovens don't get up to 900 degrees. But I don't know. My point is, how long should I cook the clay that I found in my yard? And nobody answers that question on the internet. You know, I cooked it yesterday for hours at 300. We went into town after I started cooking and came back. We were gone at least an hour, maybe more. All right, all y'all. We're gonna wrap this one up, and I will let you know about my clay project after it's done cooking. We'll take a look at it together, and we'll see how it came out. I'm gonna start turkey at some point. We started as late as noon, maybe. We want it ready by 4. We will start live streaming again before too long. Before getting to the meat of the cooking, probably within a couple of hours. So thanks for being here, everybody. See you later.